Hey, yo. Are we live? Is this thing even on right now? Because I can't tell anymore. But I know one thing is for certain. Two things. One, I'm pretty sure we're live. And two, I'm even more certain that we have the Anbernic RG SP. Whatever, everyone. It's your boy Monto. And we're in the mix. We have a little something, a little something from our friends over at Anbernic. They done sent the RG SP, and I'm geeked up. I'm geeked up. What up, everyone in the chat? How we all doing? Skulls, Space Ghost, Bot Rix, my faithful clanker producer. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So we got a stacked stream for today. So stacked that I was stacking up before stream that I forgot to make an agenda. But coming up, we have a little unboxing with this. That's gonna happen in a little bit. First, we actually have some progress in the Pokemon recomp that we took a look at last week. There is now a first-person mode, and then just like that, the person who made that first-person mode took it all away. So somebody else is stepping up. A little bit of drama in that scene. There's also been a bunch of progress in the Android ports world, and decomps coming to the Android and of Xbox 360 games, and then there's also Xbox 360 emulation, but I don't know how any of this stuff works. I'm just here to play some games and have a good time. So with that said, you know what the dealio is. I have once again hired the world's greatest producer of every single world in the entire galactic universe to do one thing. That's to kick it to the goddamn overhead. Let's go. So this is my little thing. You already know what it is, the AYN Thor. And we got some new stuff to check out. New stuff that actually haven't fully set up yet. So we're gonna see how easy it is to do it on stream. It's gonna be a live demonstration. We've got Sonic Unleashed, Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo Recompiled. There's a dual screen port of Morrowind, which is pretty sick. There's been a lot of like dual screen ports coming out. We took a look at the Zelda ones last week, but first up is going to be that Gen 1 recomp. So without further ado, let's dive in. Let's jack in. Let's see if we can get some grooves going with that. Turn on the vibe music. So the latest updates in this whole Pokemon Gen 1 recomp thing, this is actually a native decompilation port of Pokemon Red, Yellow, and Blue. So first off, we're gonna take a look at the mod that started this whole 3D version, and that is the dramatic pixel voxel mod or something like that. Let's kill the music. Let me know if you guys can hear this, if it's too loud, too quiet. You know the deal. I know Pikachu is way too loud. Absolutely screaming. So check this out. We just get thrown right in, right? This was what we were used to. We were used to this like 3D perspective. Pretty cool. Pretty sweet. It's very interesting. Like just immediately we're like, what is going on? This is crazy. But let me show you a little something after this, after we just destroy Pidgey. And that's another battle because this is Pokemon Gen 1 and they have no self-control. They have no concept of pacing. This is every RPG in the 90s. So if you just click the select button, then it transfers you into either overhead mode, a little bit tilted, a little bit more tilted, a little bit more, a little more, first person. And now you can literally play Pokemon Gen 1, Pokemon Yellow, like a first-person RPG game, which is psychotic. This is so sick. And this is literally the first Pokemon like games. This is the first gen. So you're playing the exact same game, but from an entirely new perspective. Literally a first-person perspective. Now, I'm hoping that eventually we can see first-person battles, but there's actually been another update in the battle side of things, and we'll take a look at that in a second. But first, let's just soak in how freaking crazy this is. It feels like a Minecraft mod, but we got our boy Pikachu in the mix. And it's interesting because having played Pokemon, you know, red, blue, yellow, it feels familiar, but so different at the same time. Zoom in a little bit. Get you in the mix. There we go. Whoa! Old man. You can literally just talk to NPCs. It's so weird. It's so cool. But if you don't want to play it in first person, then you can just zoom out a little bit and play it like a, you know, play it like God of War. Play it like every recent Sony RPG game. Now, unfortunately, this 3D version of Pokemon is actually super hard to run. So we're running this on an AYN Thor. Has a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset, so it's very similar to a lot of like pretty decently powered phones. But let's grill this Caterpie. And then we'll try and install another mod that that changes battles up a little bit. This is the new RG SP. Matt, yeah, this is it, dude. This is the new RG SP. It's bigger, it's wider, and it's not by Anbernic. Yeah, Cascode. It should be like offset a little bit. Like we should really, like, if they're gonna do third person, let's commit to the Sony style. Do like a little Mass Effect kind of vibe going on. But yeah, first person. So for all you looking for some new first person RPG games like me, you got it right here. So let's save, and then I want to try installing this other thing, which is actually called Stadium FX. And it's a mod for the same Gen 1 recomp game here. So let's quit out of here. Yep. And I think we might need to disable that mod. So let's go to the mods menu here. Yeah, dramatic shape voxel mod. So let's disable that. And then we're gonna import a couple new mods. Hop into the downloads folder. Let's go, Matt. You heard the ban. Hit that like button and sub. If you're not already liked and subbed. So we've got dramaless shape. This is because the dramatic shape mod, actually the person who made it pulled it off. So now we've got the dramaless shape. And that's basically a kind of like reverse engineered version of the dramatic shape, which is actually compatible with some of the newer stuff. And then we hop into here and let's install Stadium Battle FX. Now I'm not quite sure how to point it to the Pokemon Stadium stuff, but we're gonna find out. Let's do it up. Actually, I'll keep that on for the vibes. All right, so we still get first person. Sweet. And then colors. It looks a little darker for some reason. But I vaguely remember it being 3D Battle A, Stadium ROM. That's it. Import the Stadium ROM. And that one is actually, I tucked one away over here. Stadium. Now let's see if it works. I'm gonna turn up the brightness a little bit. Whoa! All right, we're really zoomed in. I don't know what's going on here. All right, it's given us Pokemon Stadium attacks in a very zoomed in way. Maybe it's because I'm in first person mode. Let's try zooming out. Let's go third. This is weird. It's like not working properly, I don't think. What up, Michael? How you doing? I'm trying to get this Pokemon Stadium. Oh, okay. This Pokemon Stadium mod to work with the Pokemon Gen 1 recomp, and it's kind of working. That's not working. Whatever is going on here is cursed. Yeah, this ain't doing it for me. Oh, geez. Let me try, let's try changing the perspective again. See if that affects it. Voxel 50. I don't know about this one. Or the Stadium. Okay, before the Stadium mod. Interesting. So maybe it's a... yeah, dramatic shape is off. Let me check out some noodle around here. Attack camera. Off. On. Let's kick it to the other. Let's kick it to the web browser real quick and just take a gander at how we can make it work. Let's go. Bah, bah, bah. Let's take a little detour. So we've got the dramaless shape here. And then they mentioned that it's compatible with Stadium FX. There's native compatibility with Stadium FX. Rada. And then this is Stadium Battle FX. So it gives all 165 Gen 1 moves can follow live animated models supplied by Dramaless Shape. Okay. So we might need to like import the models or something like that. Maybe? Let's see, how do we import the models? Dramaless Shape provides the live stadium Pokemon models, skeletal animations, and staged battle projections that turn portable effects into the complete stadium presentation. Gen 1er. Chicken nuggies, my dude. How we doing? We're perusing. We're investigating. Stadium battle effects reads Dramaless Shapes exported runtime state. So how do we enable it? Attack camera. What's the dealio? Opinions read only. How do I make it all work? Huh. US Stadium 1.0 ROM. Okay. Let's take another gander. See if oh, I remember them saying something about setting this, like making specific settings. So shout out. Base ROMs. Okay. Use options after replacing the ROM. Options refresh FX cache rebuild. Refresh FX cache. Oh, I might need to do a little something. I might need to grab my very convenient Z64 ROM because I might have used a file name does not matter, and V64 are supported. Okay, so it should theoretically work. Let's see what the dealio is. Let's also get into a better dojo. Storage, Android, voice club, save, base ROMs, base ROM.z64. All right, let's do it. Let's get in the mix. Oh, geez. That's bright. Let's make it work. Games. Here. Pokemon Stadium. I think we go to Boys Club. Paste it here for now. Save, Love 2D, base ROMs, base ROM. 2D base ROMs. We're gonna make it work. Base ROM. Ka-chow. All right, let's reboot. Why is he so loud? Oh boy. Let's go! Stadium extraction. Yes! Let's go! It's extracting. Give me those Pokemon. I want to see them in 3D. You know what this... There we go. Let's go. Let's go. It's still so dark. All right. Let's lock in. You know the drill. Let's find some Pokemon. Oh, it's very close. All right, it's not working the way that I want it to. Maybe I gotta change the, oh, sorry for the overlapping music. I might have to change the perspective again to make it work. I also need to go heal up Pikachu. Oh. Yep. Struggling a little bit. The world was just a little slower back then, you know? Where's my sprint button? This is probably prime area for a 3D Pokemon battle. Why is it so close? And where's my 3D Pokemon? Let me check my settings. Battle size. Let's go fixed. .3D battle. Stadium. Oh! Okay, stadium. And then we want to do daytime. Stadium ROM is ready. And I'm going to risk it all. I'm risking it all. I'm going first person again. Let's do it. Let's get into battle. Mount up. Oh! All right, we're very close. Yo! This is crazy. We're so close. Why is it so janky? Yo. The hell was that? That was pure chaos. Okay. All right, we're gonna try and figure this out. How do we not have it just completely zoom all over the place? That was ballistic. Let's try Stadium B. Well, it might also be due to this mod. Let's see what the deal is. Let's try B. Oh. All right, we just need to fix the just need to fix this camera. Oh. Okay, wait a minute. I'm starting to understand it now, you know? Give me heavy vibration. We're so locked in. All right, let's go. Stadium A, back sprites on. Water, sure. I think we can control the camera. Also, it's so wild to be able to just play Pokemon, like, without being locked into a grid system. All right, let's try zooming out. All right. Nothing. No, that doesn't work. Nope. That. What is happening? What is going on? Why is Pikachu still there? All right. Battle sized fill. UI layout dynamic. Stadium A works. Zoom. Oh, zoom out. Okay. Zoom. Let's go zoom out by 4. Let's see if this helps. It made it worse. Oh! Alright, we're zooming back in. And then we're gonna do... Let's try overhead and see if that fixes it. Just normal Pokemon. Until you get into battle. And that's where it's still so zoomed in. Video mode. Borderless. Stadium A. Voxel 50. And then, wait, what? Did it change the time of day? Give it one more whirl. Okay, that kind of helped. But now it's not showing my Pokemon Stadium. So maybe we got to enable Stadium mode again. Yeah, there we go. Yep. It's chalked. Gotta wait for an update, I guess. What is happening? It's almost so cool. Well, either way, that's pretty fun. Let's save and skedaddle. And I want to take a gander at one other thing on here real quick. And it's very similar to this. It's called being able to quit the game. All right, check this out. Let me see if I downloaded it. Pokemon Gen 2. There's a Pokemon Gen 2 decomp or recomp. Where's that? Hmm? There we go. Gen 2 recomp. So, hopefully, theoretically, as of 33 minutes ago, we can play Pokemon Gold and Silver and Crystal the same way, hopefully. TBD. But, yeah, this person did the Dramatic Shapes 3D mod, and they also did a little bit of this. So we'll just download that stuff. Tee it up and see how it is. We're not going to get the same janky Pokemon Stadium stuff, but it should be pretty decent, hopefully. Yeah, look at that. Gold, silver. So first things first, let's install the voxel mod, which we stashed in downloads. Where is it? Gen 2 voxel mod. Nice. Yeah, it's a little janky. It's just a little bit vibe coded. And then we'll import this from over in here. Let's try it out. I'm hoping that it still has the first person, you know, mod stuff. Come on, you. Let's go, let's go. I want to play Pokemon Gold first person. Let's do balanced performance, advanced colors, and first person. We spawned in. Let's run it. Oh. Hold me hostage here. What day is it? Nope. I don't think so. I don't even know how daylight savings works. All right, let's ride. Oh, whoa! Wait a minute. Just kind of glitched out for a second there. Let's change this to daytime. Heck yeah! Let's go. And then this guy's just lurking. So yeah, you guys get the gist. These are ways that you can replay the Pokemon Gen 1 and 2. Yo, Joey. Yeah. Yeah, we're in the mix, dude. Nope. Oh, it's non-rail shooter. Alright, let's get through this. Save. And boogie on out of here. What's everyone's Gen 2 starters? Mine. It's usually Cyndaquil. But I've been trying to branch out with Totodile. Because Totodile's kind of a tank. Todo. Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil's solid. Cyndaquil's real solid. Yeah, the Gen 2... Dude, the Gen 2 starters were rock solid. Oh, where... What the hell was that? Okay. And then this guy's gonna rush me. Yep. Yeah, very crazy. So you can go on your first-person adventure using the Gen 2 Recon. Ooh. Multiverse. Anyone watch the anime? I haven't seen the anime since I was a kid. I was big on the anime as a kid. I went and saw the movie. I got the gold card. The gold Pokemon card. It was crazy. Oh, nice. The select button works here, too. So you just press select to toggle through all your different view modes. Okay, canonically, this generation, people are enormous. Just canonically huge. Six-foot-tall ceilings. Taller than some trees. I'd probably play it something... I mean, I kind of like the freedom of running around like this. It's the goofy-ass shadow. Yeah, let's get out of here. So, anyways, that's a Gen 2 recomp. There's been a whole lot of these different recomps and ports and Android and stuff like that. So some of the kind of bigger ones recently have been Sonic Unleashed, finally making its way over to Android. And then there's Banjo Recompiled and Open Morrowind DS. So this is the dual screen mod for the Morrowind port. I think first let's try out Sonic Unleashed. Now I haven't actually set it up, so we're gonna do a little live thing here. Hopefully it shouldn't be too hard. It seems like it needs a zip. To be honest, I thought it needed the Xbox 360 ROM. Let's see if it yeah, let's see if it can do this. No items. It's a bit suspicious. Well, you know what that means. I'm going into my archive. I'm entering my archive to find Sonic Unleashed from my game archive. We're gonna find it. I know it's somewhere. Want that cook. Anyways, what else we got? We got Banjo Recompiled. Let's see if I have a Banjo ROM on here. Oh, that's nifty. This is a fun little menu screen. I should have Banjo. I usually put Banjo on like all my little handhelds. So a lot of people are kind of don't fully understand the value of ports and like these native Android ports. And actually, a big reason why this is cool to just have like, you know, Nintendo 64 games that are ported is because porting them, hold on. It's because porting them allows you to run them at higher frame rates, higher fidelity, like, you know, HD, 60 FPS, widescreen. You can even run at like 120 FPS. That's the deal with a lot of these things. It's very cool. All right. So it basically like it's like a remaster of the game without all the weird stuff that a lot of these remasters include. Off rip, looking crispy. I'm seeing 60 FPS right now. All right, what kind of options we got? We got rumble strength. Let's turn that up to full tilt. Note saving, analog camera. Sure. Sure, analog camera, yeah. Invert camera, no. We'll just turn all that stuff off. Resolution, auto. All right. Oh yeah, and you can also do mods. That's another thing when you have a recomp port like this. My God, this is dual screen. That's so sick. I'll zoom out. Yeah. Oh, non-skippable cutscene. There's one thing I want from recomp ports, and that's to be able to skip these cutscenes. Come on. Oh, brother. This beginning cutscene of Banjo is pretty brutal. Can't even speed it up either. That's crazy. Yep. I don't know if that's supposed to be there. Come on. I'm curious if this is like a true dual screen thing, or if it's kind of just like a, you know, maybe there's a map down there, or maybe it's zoomed in. The 60 FPS alone is actually really nice. Oh, brother. Skip. While this goes, I'm gonna put poll in the chat. Banjo-Kazooie versus Banjo-Tooie. I haven't played too much of Banjo-Tooie, so I don't know if it's good or bad. What's the vibes like? Which one's superior? It's Banjo-Kazooie, ain't it? Hey, look at that. Look at that. We got a little tracker down there. All right, what about like saves and stuff? Is there like an auto save? All right, just gotta choose the right adventure here. Tell bottles that we know everything. Here we go. This is the moment of truth. This decides your entire fate when you're playing this game. Just click B. You already know it. right, so they mapped B to X. It's interesting. All right, give me that analog camera. Ooh! There we go. Look at that. Full analog stick controls. I don't. It's very interesting. I would have loved like a map or something down there. That'd be sick. I know it doesn't really like... They would kind of have to make it themselves. It's a fun way to play Banjo with the camera controls. And the high speed, HD, all that. Or high FPS. Whoa. Oh, it's part of the mountain thingy. Anyways. That's Banjo-Kazooie Recomp. Pretty sick. Apparently saving and quitting is a game over. Yeah, it's Banjo recompiled. Let's take a look at Morrowind Open MWDS. Let's just see what the dealio is. I haven't set this one up either, but hoping that it's quick. Kind of like Banjo. Morrowind ESM. Yeah, sure. It's kind of cool. Oh, it needs to be on oh, never mind. There we go. Games. Here. Ka-chow. Look at that. Easy peasy. An app designed for use with the AY and Thor. This bottom screen is your companion. Shows Morrowind's menus with touch. Heck yeah. It should be fun. It should be a nice way to play. I think that RPG games would really thrive with this dual screen.
Stand up. There you go. You were dreaming. What's your name?
Slime.
Well, not even last night's storm could wake you. I heard them say we've reached Morrowind. I'm sure they'll let us go.
Yo. Yo! This is great.
Quiet. Here comes the guard.
This is where you get off. Come with
And
me.
the controls instantly work on the top too. It's like a true dual screen
Better do
app.
what they say.
Oh, it's a little dark for y'all. Yo! Gerardo! Thank you. Thank you, dude. Yeah, we're checking out some dual screen apps right now, and then we'll check out a single screen clamshell, the RG SP. But I've been pretty hyped on all these different dual screen apps that have been coming out. It just really breathes new life into all of these classic games. Seems like 100% Banjo-Kazooie. It's a good one. Great game. Let's bring this brightness down a little bit. There we go.
This is where they want you. Head down to the dock and I'll show you to the census office.
Oh, jeez. Very, very angular.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
Nope. Yeah, we'll just roll with this for now. It's very sensitive. Select. Yes.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release.
Look at that walk. Look at that strut. Hey, yo. Do that strut, man. Come on.
Ah, yes. We've been expecting you. You'll have to be recorded before you're officially released.
Oh,
There are a
brother.
few ways we can do this, and the choice is yours.
Pick from class. Let's do Battle Mage real quick.
Very good. The letter that preceded you mentioned you were born under a certain sign. And what would that be?
Sure.
Interesting. Now, before I stamp these papers, make sure
Whoa.
this information is correct.
Okay, whoa, we get some options down here. Holy moly.
Show your papers to the captain when you exit to get your release fee.
Continue through to the next building and talk to Celisgravius.
I know you can get some free stuff over there. Oh. And then you got your inventory. Seems like it's all touchscreen stuff. That makes sense.
Your papers, please.
It's all hard to tell what's being highlighted, but yeah, sure, we'll just run through these. Something like that.
You've stolen
Oh.
for the last time.
Oh, geez. There we go. We're free. Now we can actually... No. They're going to start beating me up. Wait. I'm sorry. What? Hey, yo? What? Am I getting mogged right now? What the hell is this? Bruh. That face is crazy. Can I sprint?
Speak, traveler.
Yes.
Okay, so D-pad to navigate that stuff. Down here, use touchscreen. Oh, nice. Got our map. Sick. There we go. This is a whole ass vibe. I think that this is the way to play Morrowind on the Thor. Just another solid dual screen port to add to the books. Man, look at that water. Holy smokes. Looks freaking amazing. That doesn't look amazing. What the hell is she doing?
My patience is limited.
We've come a long way. When was Morrowind released? This has to be like 25-year-old game, like what, 2002? Oh. Hell yeah. All right, well, yeah, Morrowind Open MWDS. Cool stuff. Super chill. And I don't know what's going on down here. Oh, these are different menu things. So you can see what you want on the HUD. Oh! Yo. Hey, yo. Dude. Look at that. You can just change everything. F it. That's tight. Now that is tight. But you know what's also pretty tight? My calf right now. It's cramping up. But you know what's cool as hell? And that is the brand new Anbernic RG SP. What up, Gerardo? You ordered your Thor 7 weeks ago. Yeah, the lead times are crazy these days. Apparently this screen is a big reason behind that. Like, the price is affected by the price has been going up because of the whole like chipset and RAM and storage and all that, but the delay on all the pre-orders and stuff, that was all due to the availability of this screen, the 6-inch OLED screen up here, 120 hertz. It's the same one that's used on the Odin 3, so they both have super long lead times. It is tough. There's like, yeah, you pre-order and then you get in a couple months later. But let's kick on some vibe music and start chomping on a little something called the RGS. Hey, let's go. So the RGSP, a little history lesson. The RGSP, this is the latest iteration of Anbernic's SP line. They originally came out with what was it, the Anbernic RG 35XX SP, which was kind of like a bigger version of this that had a 3.5-inch screen that was 4x3. It was kind of like kind of chonky. I think I actually have one over here. Let me snack it. I got a couple of these things. So this is their original RG35XX SP. As you can see, it's got a little bit of a chunky build to it. Pretty comfortable for the most part, but very like first generation-y. The hinge was super good. So if you want something that's like thick, 35XX SP is still pretty damn good. Then they made the RG34XX SP, which was kind of a smaller version. I actually don't have one on hand, but it was pretty similar sized to this RGSP. However, it had 2 analog sticks down here, and it was a little bit confusing, but it was also a little bit powerful. It had 2 gigs of RAM instead of 1 gig of RAM. Outside of that, though, it was all the same specs as all the other Anbernic XX devices. So now they're bringing us the RGSP, which is a true to size, true to a lot of things, clone of the Game Boy Advance SP. And a lot of companies have tried and failed to make Game Boy Advance SP clones. We've got the Powkiddy V90S right here with an awful plasticky hinge. Pretty mediocre buttons, but this was an OG, so you know, availability at that time was pretty slim. Then Miu made the Miu Flip here. They also added analog sticks, but they had a pretty slim profile, all things considered, compared to the Anbernic 35XX SP. It was actually pretty decently more pocketable, as you can see. but they were basically coming out at the same time. This one was more powerful. But we're not talking about power here. We're talking about a GBA clone, as true as you can find it, or so Anbernic is attempting. We're getting it in platinum, which is actually the color that I had one growing up. I actually had a red one. My brother had a platinum one, and then I got his platinum one when he got a better handheld, a PSP, a red PSP. So we got it in platinum here. Not too much else going on the box. Wiggle it open. Look at that thing. Oh my goodness, that hinge is good. Oh, yo. Hinge kind of flings. Look at this. Just give a little flick. Oh, that's a good hinge. Here's a Miyu flip hinge. It's also very plasticky. SP. 35XX SP. RG SP. And look at that slim profile too. All things considered, it's pretty slim. This is... Oh, and they muted the buttons a lot more. They made the buttons much quieter, and they refined the elevation. They refined a lot of things so far. It feels that slightly more slim profile goes a long way. It feels so much more slimmer and pocketable compared to the 35XX SP. When you compare it to the 34XX SP, it'll probably be a little bit closer overall. But you know the deal. Yo, SB Greek, you have the 34XX with 2 gigs of RAM before they download it to 1 gig and then half a gig. The half a gig RAM, that was an awful low bin on behalf of the supplier. The supplier low binned them on that one. That was painful. So some people are just out there with half a gig of RAM. The OG GBA SP, but you could only play, you loved it, but you could only play for 30 minutes before your thumbs would cramp up so bad that you had to stop. Yeah, we'll see if this is any better, but something tells me it's gonna be pretty similar to that original SP. It actually just feels so much like it. Even looking at it, I'm like, did the SP have 4 buttons? I know it didn't, but it almost just looks so strikingly like one. In this box, we've got a little screen protector down there, user manual, and a 64 gig micro SD card. Pretty sure it already has an internal card on that side. So this is where the operating system is. You can install custom operating systems on here, like a MuOS. I think newly, I'm pretty sure Next UI is working on one as well. And then this is the external slot where you put all your ROMs. And then in here, we've got the usual suspects. A USB A to C cable, low voltage. A lot of these XX handhelds were pretty picky with the chargers. And when I say XX handheld, I'm talking about like the 34XX, the 35XX SP, the 34XX SP, which had a big old forehead. Speaking of forehead, they actually reduced that a lot, and they gave it a little bit of a crimson chin down here. It still feels slightly off balance, but maybe I'm also tweaking. I don't know. So ergonomically, I'd say my immediate impressions are that the outer bumpers feel very solid. I think that long term, you might get a little bit of crampage. The buttons have a little bit of a hard edge around them. And they also rest higher than I remember on the 34XX SP. So they feel similar with the presses, but they rest slightly higher. And you can actually see that they rest kind of high on the device, like vertically. They don't have a lot of travel. They're very short travel. Let's compare them to the 35XX SP. These ones rest lower. You see that? When you go completely horizontal, the RG SP, the buttons go above it. So that's 35XX SP versus the RG SP. Now you'll see that with the screen on here is much smaller, and that's actually because of 3.4-inch display at a resolution of something by something. It's a 3:2 aspect ratio, so it's an exact the same ratio as the original SP. And I think it's, what is it, a 3 or 4 times integer scale of that original one. It's basically a perfect upscale of the original SP. So we can see up top. It's all manual stuff. I'm not seeing any specs. Yeah, we've got game quality, game streaming. Game streaming. Hopefully that's low lag. I wouldn't be promoting that. However, look at that. Look at it on the back here. We have a mini HDMI slot. So you can actually plug this into like a TV and turn it into a little console. There's not a lot of handhelds that can actually do that. It's mostly Anbernic devices in this budget range. We got USB OTG port for charging and also plugging in USB controllers, accessories, that kind of deal. Volume rocker on the side. Internal SD slot, external SD slot, reset button and power, and the very Game Boy Advance SP style indicator lights. 3.5mm headphone jack right in the middle down there. Let's effing go. And then, of course, on the front, we've got the Anbernic logo where there should be another logo. And maybe some Etsy stickers can fix that. And then on the back, a very smooth brushed metallic plastic. It's a fake brushed metal, but it's actually very smooth and comfortable. However, I've seen that some people have done, like Aiden Walls, have done some key tests on here, scratching it up with some keys, and it's very scratchy. It's not in the slightest bit scratch resistant, but that's kind of to be expected. These ones, the original SP and this Anbernic SP are kind of going to be scratch magnets, you know. A little bit of wear is par for the course. Let's boot it up. All right. Ooh, got some nice. Wow. Now this handheld's going to be running Anbernic's Linux build, and off rip, it's very similar to a lot of their other handhelds. With the game rooms, the RA game, it's a little bit confusing if you're not familiar with it. But basically, the game rooms has individual emulators for specifically, usually for like higher end systems like PSP, Nintendo DS, PlayStation 1 as well. The RA game is doing it all under a kind of the emulation umbrella of RetroArch and all of the RetroArch emulators. So that's kind of my general read on what the difference of game room and RA game is. But either way, let's take a look at the background brightness. Turn that down just a notch because this is a relatively bright screen. Maybe we keep it around the same. No, let's knock it down a notch. Zoom in. Enhance. Let's take a look at what games we got. GBA. Nice, and their SD card has a bunch of pre-scraped games on it. We've got Aria of Sorrow, Circle of the Moon, Harmony of Dissonance. Yeah, these are some solid GBA games. Play a little Spyro on the GBA. Play some of these licensed games. The GBA was a licensed shovelware just master. RA game is RetroArch, Game Room is standalone emulators. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Let's pull up let's do a little Aria of Sorrow vibe. Oh, that's nice. Jack in. It looks great. This looks really nice. And now there's not like this giant distracting forehead on top. It was distracting for me. I know that some people didn't really mind it. And no analog sticks that are kind of, you know, a little bit in the way or a little distracting. It feels like a much more refined experience. It's also a little bit smaller, so keep that in mind. It's a little smaller than you might be expecting. And a lot of these handhelds in this size tend to have a 4:3 aspect ratio screen. This having a 3:2 aspect ratio screen is a little bit like shrunken down on the top and bottom, and it fits the GBA perfectly, and it feels so much more like fitting and natural to play GBA games this way without the bezels at the top and bottom. That being said, it goes both ways, and so on the flip side, it's gonna be you're gonna have a smaller emulation experience for 4:3 game systems, and I'm talking about like Super Nintendo, PlayStation 1, even, you know, when it comes to Super Nintendo too. Those games are also 4:3 or what was the other aspect ratio? It's like 9:10 or something like that. It's a lot more vertical. But if you're looking to just play GBA games, this is going to be super nice. And there's also going to be some ports available too if you switch to a custom operating system like MuOS, Mustard on the Beat. So far, it feels very responsive. Looks great. That's one thing I gotta say, is this looks super nice. The height of the buttons is a little bit distracting. The buttons are higher than the 3.4XX SP, at least from what I remember. And I'm noticing that my finger can kind of bump into the corner of them sometimes instead of like gliding over. But I like the dome switches. It's very, very responsive, very tactile. Let's find a little save point. I think we gotta square up with the boss. I thought it jumped it. Oh, I gotta switch to my short sword. Doing half damage over here. What am I doing? Let's go. Let's go. Ka-chow. Easy peasy. Save state, and then let's boogie on out of here. I want to take a quick look at Anbernic's game room emulators. Oh, they have the navigation sound. Oh no. Hate it. There we go. And then we've got standby mode, normal standby, or super standby. We can do super standby. Sign me up. I don't know what that means, but sure. Yo, SB Greek, I don't know what that means, but hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Michael Benny, if Anbernic is returning to H700 with a refined handheld for 2026, what else from the XX lineup should they revisit? Thinking a cleaner 40XXH with a higher resolution screen. Yeah, that would be pretty sick. Yeah, yeah, that is the Anbernic menu sounds. Every time you just move over one thing. Brutal. Okay, interesting choices. It's an interesting choice to do Nintendogs when I don't think there's a microphone on here, but I could be wrong. Let's see what little PSP looks like. What we got? Tekken 6? Hell yeah, dude. The annoying navigation sounds. They're awful. It's like you're ripping a page. I think they want it to feel like you're turning a page, but it sounds like you're just ripping it in half. Oh, and they made it fill screen. Yo. So another thing about this screen is it's a little bit glossy, but it kind of works. It kind of like feels nice and premium because of that. I don't know how to put it. All I know is that this screen is, it feels right on this device. It feels really solid. I would love if they did a 4x3 screen on here. But I might be asking for a little too much. But Michael Benny, what else from the XX lineup should they revisit? That's a tough question. For me, it was really just this. Like, I just wanted them to revisit the 3.5XX SP. How do I go back? But let me think if there's any other. The 40XXV was already like very solid as is. So I don't think they need to go back to that with the same chipset. All right, where's my guy? Where's Yoshimitsu? Run it up. So an interesting thing is that PSP was widescreen 16:9, and 16:9 actually doesn't look that bad squished into a 3:2 aspect ratio screen like this.
Yoshimitsu, get ready for the next battle.
In my opinion, it looks better than a 4:3 game would look if you stretch that out sideways, because then you get the short and fat look, and it's like you make that, you just kind of squish that plumber down, you stretch them out a little bit. All right, I'm seeing frame skip off the rip. They've got this thing frame skipping it up. I'm playing this game at like 20 frames a second. And we got stutters too. It's playable. I'll give it that. It's playable. But yeah, we're getting some slowdowns. Some hitches. Okay, I want to know how to do that. Okay. I'm pretty ass at fighting games, if you can't tell.
Get ready for the next battle.
All right, a little bit of audio crackle. Yeah, PSP is really on that cusp of the performance ceiling here, especially demanding PSP games like this. This is not a Balloons Tower Defense situation. Come on, flawless, flawless, flawless. Let's go!
You win. Round 2.
PSP on a Game Boy Advance. We're living in the good timeline. I'm just gonna keep spam it.
You win.
Hey, that fly off into the sunset. What was that move? I just got to keep doing that one. Ranking match?
Round 1.
How did I do that kick? Oh, it's not flawless. All right. Dude, fighting games are so easy. Are you kidding me? Did I get wrecked?
You win.
All right, I'm doing this next one blindfold.
2.
Am I doing good? Oh, I'm doing all right. Did I do it? Let's go!
Get ready for the next battle.
Like work. Dude, fighting games, so easy.
Round
I don't like that look. I'm gonna have to switch up my battle. I have to spam something else.
You win.
Question: is it optimal to order the new RG SP from the official Anbernic seller on eBay? Ooh. I didn't know they had an eBay store. I would say, from my experience, I've had good experiences ordering from both their website and AliExpress. So if you check out the affiliate links in the description, those are my choices. I haven't actually heard of their eBay website. That's interesting. I think that AliExpress with like some coupons in the mix will probably be at the same price, if not cheaper. So I would recommend AliExpress if you're looking for like an alternative, like if you're savvy with it, looking for like a little deal. But yeah, and I know that Anbernic tends to have a little bit expensive shipping from their website. So I usually kind of on the low recommend recommend AliExpress, and then chuck some coupons in there, get like free shipping and all that jazz. Let's try it. Sure. They listen, they put these games on here, so I'm testing what they think is top notch here. God of War Chains of Olympus. They're confident. They say, yeah, it's gonna work on here. Let's get a little FPS reader on here. Auto frame skip. All right, well, we'll see. I think this chipset kind of needs it, so I'm going to leave it on for now. All right, that's a little small up there. Let me see if I can get it larger for y'all. Jumbo size me. Can't do it. Is anyone like really good at God of War in the chat? Have you guys like played like God of War at hard?
For years, Kratos, the once great general, now known as the Ghost of Sparta, had pledged himself as a champion to the gods of Olympus. In return, he hoped only to rid himself of the nightmares.
I gotta say, if you're playing and you're only using the outer bumpers and you're trying to use it like this feels a little uncomfortable.
But for now, his only
If you're using like the inside of your fingers a little bit on the outer bumpers, I feel like that's pretty decent. That's how I like to do it. This is a very pocket-sized device, though. This is like portability first, comfort second. Just like the Game Boy Advance SP.
Unleashed on the city of Attica by the invading Persian army.
Unskippable cutscene, classic. Is there an analog stick toggly thing? Ooh. That's something I should check the check this for. Analog stick toggle. I'm just gonna guess. I'm not seeing it on the user manual. Let's just guess. Is that already pre-mapped? Oh, I guessed it right on the first try. It's power and select. That's the D-pad to analog stick toggle. Thought I was tweaking for a second. Hell yeah. So the power button and select button, you press those at the same time, and it turns your D-pad into an analog stick. Great for playing PSP games. Maybe some light N64 stuff. Like Paper Mario, something like that. Kick that thing. Oh. not bad. Not too bad. This is the beginning of the game, so it could get a little crunchy and some boss battles, stuff like that. More enemies on screen. All right, let's square up, big dog. Chomp. Now it's go time. Yeah, that was it. Okay. That was not avoiding anything. Can I just tank it? You guys think I can just like tank the hits? Oh, I think this is the part. Yeah, yeah. Quick time. Nope. I pressed X on the controller. I forgot that it was X in PlayStation. Gotta remap my brain to PlayStation portable controls. All right, down is X. Let's go. Light work. Now lift this thing up. Ka-chow. All right, let's see how it holds up with all these particle effects. It's not doing too bad. There's probably some performance hacks going on behind the scenes here. Let's take a look at the cheats. Oh, they're not running any cheats. I would have thought they'd have some performance stuff going on, but it's just frame skip. So some games are going to feel a little framier than others, but usually they should run somewhere close to what feels like full speed, even if it's like cutting out half the frames. Frame skip is basically a way of playing games that usually won't perform too well. And then I think, what did I do? Grab that? Sure. Let's quick save. Let's bug on out of here. Exit to menu. Totman, interesting. You just checked the eBay price for 16 gig and 128 gig 7K games with coupon is $101. All right, that's a tough price. It's hard to gauge how much SD cards are these days. How much would Anbernic be selling that on their main website? Because I know that's 65 US dollars without any games. So like just the 16 gig internal card. If you want 64 gig, then what's that, like another like 15, 20 bucks? And then on top of that, another 15, 20 for the 128. Is the handheld really worth it? My initial impressions are for $60-something. This is great for Game Boy Advance. Light PSP. The overall quality is very similar to other Anbernic XX devices, like the 34XX SP, the 40XXS V and H. It's very similar to a lot of those devices. So if you're looking specifically to play a lot of GBA games and kind of have like a GBA machine that can also run some lightweight other stuff, it's really not going to look that great for Game Boy Color because it's going to be pretty small, but we can actually try it out. I'd say that this is a little more niche and specific compared to the other Anbernic's other handhelds due to the screen and the form factor. But if you're really interested in a GBA that can play a lot of the other things, then I think this is kind of the move. This feels the most like a Game Boy Advance of any of their handhelds, including the 34XX SP and the 35XX SP. This feels really much like this is a dead ringer to a Game Boy Advance SP. So if you're looking for something that like really gives you that feeling, this is it. You know what I've been also thinking? I want to put the Mario tribal tattoo on here. You know the picture of Mario with the tribal tats? I want that. I want those decals for this thing. But I would say that if you're looking for something that's a little more like versatile, maybe the 34XX SP because it has the analog sticks, but that also has the same type of screen, the exact same screen, to be honest. So when you're playing, Game Boy Color games, then you have these big bezels and then it's a lot smaller. However, it's less distracting on this handheld because we don't have that big screen, the big bezel on top, the big forehead. But yeah, let's drop in. Slime. Let's play a little Zelda. Try Nintendo DS games. Can do. We can definitely do that. SanDisk 64 gig, $26 nowadays. Nice. So the benefit of getting the SD card with the handheld is you get some games in there. So it sort of saves you a little bit of hassle, in addition to, the cost of buying a regular SD card. So I guess a 128 is kind of worth it with that eBay stuff. But do you really need 128 gigs to pack all the games that you're going to be playing on here? That's the real question, right? It's like, how much PlayStation 1 and those, the systems that are really taking up all that space are going to be like PlayStation 1, Dreamcast, maybe like arcade games. I'm not really sure what's going to be taking up all that space. Because Game Boy Advance, the entire Game Boy Advance library is probably a couple gigs. What's the dealio? Hurry up and move this. Sure. I gotta say the purple Game Boy Color border is pretty bad. I don't like it. I don't mind how the game looks, but this border is not good. Let's turn it off. This feels pretty decent. The bezels are a little bit distracting because they're pretty big. But all in all, this isn't the worst way to play Game Boy Color games. You just hop into a save state. Or we don't have quick quit. Let's check out a DS game. So DS is going to be 4:3 aspect ratio. We could probably stretch it out if we want to, if we're a little daring. Let's take a peep. Game rooms, NDS. Got a handful of DS games here. Not loving any of these, but let's do a little Lego Star Wars. Oh, you know what? We gotta turn off the music because I've played Lego Star Wars on stream before, and of course, it got copyright striked because little old me out here just abusing the music of Lego Star Wars for my own financial gain. Let's turn this music down. Disney said, "Nay, we need that money. Give us the money for our Lego Star Wars." These are huge bezels. I'm gonna switch up the mode. Hello? Oh, start button to like, sure, I guess. Let's go single. How do I go back? Dude, what are these menu buttons? What the hell? Save for all games. Return to game. What? Okay, display. Let's go 1. Whoa. 2. 3, 4, 5. Let's go position 0. Okay, that's interesting. Let's try 3. There we go. Wait a minute. It's not what's going on? The hell is going on, y'all? What the hell is going on, man? I'm freaking out, dude. What is this? What is this? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Ah! All right. Yep. It's fried. All right. God damn it. Save and quit. We're just gonna get on out of here. Exit drastic. We're just gonna sneak on out. Yeah, Todd, man, I'd say that it's probably not good for Nintendo DS games. It's great for Nintendo Game Boy Advance games, but for but for Nintendo DS, I'd say it might be a little buggy. Might be a little bit on the buggy side. At least the stock operating system. Who's to say? Like, I think that community operating systems like MuOS and Newly, MinUI, NextUI, all those ones are probably much better experience. Let's hop into a little Need for Speed. I don't know. Let's get a little crazy. I'm playing it in turret mode. Oh. It stays back when you do it like that. Want to see dual screen side by side. Try that. Turn the game. Let's find it. That's how it looks side by side. What is this vibe? I can't tell what this vibe is. It's loud, that's what it is. It's a little small. It's a little bit small. I would say probably a better layout would probably be something like this. Wait a minute. I don't know what's going on with that. Alt display 1. I don't know why we're getting this like black screen thing. Might have borked it a little bit. Change options. Vertical. And then save for all games. There we go. This is probably like a better vibe, better experience. Nintendo DS 3DS. Yeah. Just get the AYN Thor for Nintendo games. Yeah. Yeah. The Thor is kind of the GOAT when it comes to like dual screen emulation. This is I mean, this is also it's also like 5 times more expensive than this. 4 to 5 times. So it's a little bit of a different thing. Confirm purchase. This is a big purchase. This is a whole new car. What are we gonna get? Whatever's going on here looks pretty sick. Oh, car's locked. I like that. Kind of weird. Let's race. Random. Oh, I've got the need for speed right now. Yeah. You know, that's what the higher, the 128 gig card might do, is they might have some more Nintendo DS games if you're looking for some more DS vibes. But I will say, probably not the best way to play DS games. Probably not optimal. It also might struggle a bit with the more demanding DS games, like Pokemon Black. There's a bit of a performance ceiling. Mario Kart might be alright. I would have loved to see Mario Kart DS on here, but goddamn, yo, little bro's just zooming. Nope, that is the E brake. What's my nitrous? Yeah, we're just gonna get on out of there. The RGSP is better for Nintendo DS. Yes, the RGSP is or the RGSP is better for Nintendo DS. In fact, 2 screens side by side, 3x2 screens, 4x3. Math might be math and something. If you're looking for dual screen DS gaming, then maybe it's a little better than like the RG3 5XXSP. But if you're looking for single screen DS games and playing those, I think a 4x3 screen would be better, because you can just have this the single screen, full screened. You know what I mean? I feel like this is a bit of a compromise in both departments. All right, Amazing Spider-Man. Nah, I think I'm done with DS for now. Let us take a gander. What's going on in the GBA world? That unpacked a lot of GBA on here. They even got Urban Yeti. You guys want to see one of the worst games I've ever played? Let me take you on a journey through space and time. It's go time. Oh, I think I locked the device. Huh. So this came out in the early 2000s, back when GTA clones were a thing. And they went ahead and did a top-down 3D perspective GBA game. This is on the Game Boy Advance. And there's mini-games. There's an overworld, and you're constantly being attacked by everything. You lose all perception of of space. But as you play longer, the mini games get worse and worse, and it's a real endurance test for your for not only your gaming abilities but also your patience. I don't really know what's going on here, but yeah, this is Urban Yeti. You kind of get like stun locked sometimes. I don't even know how to jump. Anyways, that's Urban Yeti. It's pretty awful. Whoa, actually, that was pretty interesting. Quitting out of game. I haven't used Anbernic's operating system in a long time. So let me hop into little Tony Hawk GBA. So if you use if you go into the game rooms one, which is like the first game section, then instead of RetroArch, it'll be Anbernic's little experience here, which is actually very simple and user-friendly. You got the exit game, save game, load game. So you got save states here, restart, and then you've got some video display effects. HD, scan lines, dot matrix. And you can do turbo delay, whatever that means. Run it up. So an interesting thing about the Tony Hawk GBA games is they actually used the same code for all the tricks and gravity and stuff like that. They used the same code, so it would feel the exact same as the console games. They didn't like, you know, remake that part of the engine. Instead, it's basically like a different it's like a different graphic side of it. So the way that the tricks worked and the gravity works and those mechanics are all the same as the console counterparts. But instead we're seeing it from this very simplified, very dumbed down Game Boy Advance engine. It's super fascinating. I was like, wait a minute, you're telling me that this is in some ways the same experience as the PlayStation 1 version? Could be wrong, but that's kind of what I gathered. I'm not gonna lie, kind of does feel pretty similar. It's just spatially, it's a little bit confusing because kind of need to fill in the gaps sometimes of like, all right, this is above that, that's below that. This is obviously a half pipe. How do I get out of here? Absolutely ripping soundtrack. How do I, yeah, there we go. All right, we're locking in. My goal is to now hit a sick combo. You guys think this is Sum 41? Sum 4.1? Oh, dang it. So Game Boy Advance games obviously just feel so good on here and supernatural. And also, in the literal sense, supernatural, because obviously we got 4 buttons and it feels weird and extraterrestrial. But yeah, this is like a ripping Game Boy Advance emulator. That is for damn sure. They even got Sims 2 on the GBA and the best game of all time, the Pink Panther. In case you didn't know, I never played this game, but I've always been confused as to why there's a literal Pink Panther and then in the movie it's a live action Pink Panther. You know what I mean? See if there's no brightness adjustment hotkey. Give me difficult. Oh. We should have known. We should have known that it was going to be, what the hell is this? Where, is this Mario Galaxy? Good enough. Welcome back, Mario Galaxy. This is... Yeah. Can I fight? Also, why is there no soundtrack? Oh, there we go. Welcome back, Mario Galaxy. It's been too long. Yeah, it's kind of got Earthworm Jim vibes to it. Except a lot more confusing. Everyone was always talking about, oh, you know, Mario Galaxy stuck on the Nintendo Wii. It was right in front of us all along. It was always in our pockets. How do I get out of here, dude? Yeah, I'm a pass on that one, Chief. Are you gonna play Portmaster? I don't know. I just unboxed this on stream, so we'll see what they've got. I don't think that they're gonna be stuffing this thing with ports and Portmaster, but I could be wrong. Let's see. I'm not seeing any port section. They've done it before though. Oh, there we go. Okay, we've got Supernova's 3D Arc. A little bit of Quake Rogue. Cave Story. This would be a banging way to play Cave Story. Hell freaking yeah. I'll play some Cave Story. Then Wolfenstein 3D. Okay, yeah, so these are kind of lame ports, to be honest. Kind of all not terrible. But in terms of like the really good port master stuff, I think that a custom operating system, like a custom firmware, would be the move. Also, this is not a good version of Cave Story. I can already tell this is not the it's not the NX version that has like all the additional options and graphic support for like bloom and like really cool stuff. This is kind of like the vanilla version of Cave Story. It's like not even filling out the sides of the screen. So these are kind of like the ports for them are an afterthought. It's pretty clear. Yep. But Cave Story, regardless, is absolutely lovely game. Highly recommend playing this one. There's a ton of different ways to play it. There's a 3DS port, actually, 3DS like version, Cave Story Plus. Oh, I've got to grab the blaster. There's a ton of great ports, an Android one too. There we go. Survivability increased. Yep. Let's go. Give me that. Anyways, that's Portmaster. And it's actually playing, it looks like it's playing inside of RetroArch using using the NX engine. Okay, so because it's using the NX engine, we can actually do a little something here. Let's go into core options. Oh, no options available. SMH. Yeah, not too much going on there. Skedaddle. Unrelated, but your top-down camera is great. What camera and lens are you using? Thank you. I'm using a Sony ZV-E10 Mark II. Only because I stream in 4K, but then I downscale it to 1440. And for the lens, it's just the basic included lens. I think it's a 16-50 or something like that. I don't know, something along those lines. It's the kit lens. But if you want to save a little money, the Sony ZV-E Mark I, I still use that for like other stuff. But yeah, I have two Sony ZV-E10 Mark IIs I use for the face cam and for the overhead. And speaking of, guess what just overheated? The overhead camera. Because that's a fun little thing that these Sony cameras like to do. So I'm going to turn this fan into maximum overdrive. Cool this thing down. But this is actually a nice little place to take a little news break. Talk about some news. Bunch of happenings. And then maybe we'll come back to the SP. But for the most part, I got to say that that the RG SP is pretty solid. The screen is honestly like my favorite part. Especially because it feels so natural. Like finally we're getting a handheld that feels like a natural GBA clone. Like 1-to-1, this is just a GBA. This is a Game Boy Advance. But it's got the flexibility of a portable emulator. So if you're looking for like ports and stuff like that, then I would look into something like MuOS for custom firmware. And getting Portmaster teed up. You can actually run some pretty cool stuff. However, there's no analog sticks down here, so you'll be a little limited on what games feel good to play on on something that only has D-pad and 4 face buttons. But for the most part, I would say that this is pretty much a Super Game Boy Advance. It's very similar. The whole like methodology behind this and the whole ethos feels very similar to the Anbernic RG 34XX. In terms of it having the same control layout and just being a Game Boy Advance, but having the emulation stuff too. So we're gonna tuck this to the side and take a look at some news. And also, by the way, I forgot about this thing. This is, Anbernic also sent this over. This is one of those like accessory packs for you to put this thing into. It's a little, yep, and then you just yep, it's just a little bit cheap. I would say probably don't get this. Get this. Like, this is pretty good if you like Game Boy Advances, SPs. If you're on the fence about Game Boy Advance SP, I'd say that this might not be the best device. Maybe the 34XX SP would be better because it has analog sticks. It's a little more flexible. This is for the people who are literally just looking for like a Super Game Boy Advance SP. And I'm pretty sure it's cheaper than a Game Boy Advance SP, but I could be wrong. Anyways, with that being said, let's turn on some vibes. And let's hop on over into the news. Talk about some cool stuff. So earlier in the stream, we were checking out the Pokemon Stadium mod for this Pokemon Gen 1 recomp. This is what it looks like when it's working. That's what it's supposed to look like, which is pretty badass. Like, this is sick. Unfortunately, ours was like super zoomed in and I couldn't quite get it to like look normal. But we're almost there, so maybe we might come back to it. But either way, just kind of want to give you guys an idea of like this is pretty badass. It also seems like yeah, they got some like overlays up top. Either way, so another thing going off of this is that we're using this Gen 1 recomp. Shout out to developer Brian the Boy. Boys Club Games. Legendary work on Gen 1 recomp here. And then what made it even better was this mod, this 3D mod called the Dramatic Shape Voxel mod. This person, they were kind of like, both came out around the same time. The Dramatic Shape Voxel mod came out a little bit after it, but it made it 3D. So originally, the Gen 1 recomp was entirely like vanilla Pokemon. It was basically the same experience as you remember it, but now you could mod it and you could do different stuff like play it at higher frame rates, widescreen, zoom in, zoom out, all that stuff. This mod made it 3D, so it took it to like the super next level. Apparently some drama happened behind the scenes and this person removed it. This person apparently wasn't they just took it off, and they commented on the last live stream. I don't know if they're still here, but yeah, I don't know what happened, but yeah, they took it down. So a little bit of drama going on, and the result of that is takedown, personal thing. But then Dramaless Shape is picking back up where that developer Dramatic Shape left off, and they're working on like kind of forking it and doing some other stuff. I don't know which one's better, which one's worse, but I do know that we have a cat joining the party. Either way, this takes us to this all happened in the last week. And then this brings us to our the Stadium Battle FX mod, which, as we saw earlier in the stream, can, you know, make the Pokemon 3D. It's like it turns the battles into Pokemon Stadium, and then when you're outside of battles, you can run around in 3D and even run around in first-person mode, which is freaking crazy. It's like you're playing Morrowind, but you're playing Pokemon Gen 1. Pretty sweet. Chris Guerra, you're really excited about these recomps, but you're hoping they're able to somehow support retro achievements. I don't think that'll ever happen, unfortunately. Just given how retro achievements work, they're tied to the SHA code. It's like an identifier code that's specifically based on a ROM, like an unmodified ROM. So when it's modified and when it's like, you know, enhanced, or when there's all kinds of those things, then that makes it not work with retro achievements. And the retro achievements team is very strict about like who they like, what games and what achievements they accept. So I don't know if that'll happen, unfortunately. However, at least we get both. You know, you get to pick if you want to play something old school, get retro achievements, or you want to play something like a port and you can just mod the heck out of it and play it all weird kind of ways. That's pretty cool. We were also checking out Gen 2 recomp earlier, and this is a fork of the Gen 1 recomp, and this allows you to play Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Silver in the same way, like with the 3D mod and all that stuff. I don't think that this supports this Pokemon Stadium stuff because there's new Pokemon, but Gen 2 recomp is a nice way to kind of dabble in Pokemon Gold and Silver in a new way. So with all of these, with all these like recomps and decomps and all that jazz, blah, 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 I keep coming back to B-Boy 34's little page here. This person put together an Obtainium pack specifically dedicated to ports on Android. Obtainium is a way of keeping your apps that aren't on the Play Store, keeping these outside Play Store apps up to date and making it super easy to install updates. And it also automatically like downloads the updates and installs them if you want it to. It's super easy. This makes like emulation and emulators on Android so user friendly. So this person made an Obtainium pack that you can just install, you can just toss into Obtainium, and it adds all of these ports to it. So they've been working on this for at least a couple weeks, and some of the ports are specifically included for dual screen devices like the AYN Thor, like we were checking out earlier in stream. The Banjo-Kazooie recomp, there's the GoldenEye one, there's Sonic Unleashed, all kinds of really, really sick ports on here. Also, shout out, we got the Pokemon Gen 1 recomp in there too, Pokemon Red and Blue. So yeah, this is just a one-stop shop for all of those ports. That being said, they don't include the game files, so you need to provide the game files. Those are copywritten stuff. You need to dig into your archive of legally acquired game backups, and you know, you gotta grab those files. But yeah, this is the move. This is called Obtainium Recomp Decomp, and it's not on GitHub. This is on a different, like, I think it's called Codeberg. Yeah, it's a different code site. And you just hop over to this releases tab, and you can see that they dropped this yesterday. This new update that includes all of these DS ports like Twilight Princess, dual screen, Morrowind, dual screen, Banjo-Kazooie, all that jazz. Ultimac, what up, homie? You want to pre-order a Conquer Pocket Advance, but you want it to support USB-C docking. Should you wait for more info or pull the trigger? That's a tough question. The Conquer Pocket Advance, that one has What chipset does that have in it? Let's pull it up. I actually ordered one the other day. I ordered the Coral 4 gig 64 G1 here. Just cause like this looks freaking awesome. This looks so cool. It's very similar to that Anbernic one, but this will be a lot more powerful, and we've got the volume wheel, all that jazz. But let's take a look at the chipset, and we can maybe speculate. I can't give you a strong answer, but I can give you my thoughts. So it's got the G90T. This is what we can do. Helio G90T video out. If you're looking for USB-C docking, you're not going to find it. This does not feature hardware level support for external video out. So this won't be able to dock to a TV or external monitor or any of that stuff. Which is unfortunate, but it is a budget device. And a lot of budget devices don't have video out because those chipsets are a little more on the budget side, you know what I mean? So also hydrate, homies. Stay hydrated, y'all. Stay hydrated. Got Kool-Aid in here. I feel that Ultimac. It looks sick. Like, it looks really, really good. You know, I guess we can hope for Conquer Pocket Advance Pro, but it sounds like Conquer, the way that Conquer and INEO work, are usually just one handheld. They don't really do like a Pro version later. They usually do like a different color. They're much more design oriented over like anything. So the RGSP has video out. I don't know, you vibe. Like horizontal handhelds more. Yeah, I think that Conquer and Anbernic feel like such different vibes entirely. Like this is so much more clean and focused on like the details with the volume wheel, with nailing the Game Boy Advance, like the aura of the Game Boy Advance, you know what I mean? Anbernic feels like it more so goes for like the function and the feeling of a Game Boy Advance. This goes for like the aura of it, you know? Hard to put into words, but I think that they just like really focus on making it feel like GBA Advance. However, Anbernic nailed that with the GBA SP here. I think this is like freaking like spot on. The volume wheel is so killer. Like, come on. We need more of that. That's so sick. What's your favorite color, y'all? Navy, coral, or this DMG gray? The buttons are pretty fire on this thing. You got the red button up top. Red face buttons. Ultimac favorite layout is vertical, but you like the form factor of the Advance particularly. Yeah, I mean this form factor was so comfortable. And look at the paddles on the back, like these shoulder buttons, how they kind of wing out and flare out up there. It looks really comfortable. Yeah, look at that thing. Oh. Nice. Gray. Yeah. Yeah. The gray, I mean, it's a banger. The gray is a banger. Especially, it just feels very unique seeing a Game Boy Advance like that. Oh, cat's back. Hello. But yeah, so this either way, Obtainium Recomp Decomp, highly recommend checking this out if you're into native Android ports of games. Speaking of Android ports, y'all hear about this? Balatro dual screen mod for the Thor. Dual screen mod of Balatro. absolutely wild. Like, playing Balatro in dual screen, they even got the CRT effects working. I might have to rip this. This is pretty sick. Let me get a little transfer going to my Thor. We've got to try this out. I am a Balatro demon. Can you beat Balatro, or can you just get like a... Yeah, you can probably like go through all of the levels. It is a huge game when you really think about it. His ear docs. What handheld you got? I'm gonna transfer my my Balatro EXE to my handheld here. Get that cooking in the background. Chris, you played Balatro so much, disappointed they haven't released any DLC. Yeah, I know. Like, what kind of happened? It was very weird. Balatro like was so huge, and they were talking about all like the DLC and stuff. I think they did the Witcher DLC. I don't know what else other DLC they did. All right, let's ship this over to my Thor. Oh, yeah, an R36S. Word. Does it have I haven't seen the white R36S. Does that have like colored buttons and that kind of stuff? Or is it just all white, super clean style? I know there's so many variants of the R36S. There's like clones of it, all kind of stuff. All right, let's try and install this Balatro dual screen. Little Mario Kart music. Yeah, buttons have color. Yeah. I'm loving all of these dual screen ports though. This is like such a sick timeline to live in. Let me download this. Balatro.exe. Okay, perfect. Nice. Ultimac, you're so impressed by the Thor and how it broke out to the normies a bit. Yeah, the Thor it like really broke out of our niche so much. It's really cool. This is like it's like the Trojan horse of retro handhelds. It like introduced so many people without like them even realizing it. They just see like, oh, this is like a super 3DS. It's like, yeah, and it can play retro games. And it can play GameCube and PS2 and PS3, and it's a PC port like games and ports and stuff like that. Like you can play so much. And now, and people were like, most people were looking at it like, oh, I can play 3DS games on it. Now I can finally play like all my 3DS games. Like, you can play a whole lot more than that. You can play a whole lot more than that. You ever heard of a little game called Cory in the House DS? You can play that. You can play Cory in the House DS. Boom. And by the way, Cory in the House, he was in the White House. I'll have you know. He was our president. Put some respect on Corey's name. I was once in an airport and I sat next to the dad from what's that Disney show? Oh, what's that Disney show? The Magic Girl. That's So Raven. Sat next to the dad from That's So Raven. I was like, this guy looks familiar. It's too shy to ask him for a picture, just even talk with him. All right, we've got this. Let's install it. Load Balatro on here. Noodle around a little bit. All right, building it up. Kick it to the overhead. Oh. Three, two, one. Bang! Dual screen Balatro. Yeah. What? Yo, wait a minute. Dude, it changed the lighting as well. It changed the analog sticks automatically. I didn't set this. This is all automatic. Yeah, Ultimate, it would have been great content. This was before I had a YouTube channel, so I was like, hey. Somebody else took a photo with him, so I was like, beat me to it. She was like, are you? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, you're so cool. Tap in. Let's go. This is so cool. The fact that this is just the icing on the cake. The fact that it automatically changes the... Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. See if I can get a little audio going. All right. Got audio going through. F it. We're adding it to the home screen. Balatro. Oh, this has been buggy. The lower screen keyboard. This looks so good. Are you kidding me? This is such a vibe. Wait, let me just make sure that... Did I turn on Ambuluna? No, it just automatically did it. Yeah. Yo, Alexander Pierce, how you doing, homie? Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. We're positively vibing. All right, let's rip some dual screen Balatro. You're so in the mix right now. Lock in, lock in. Oh. I wasn't looking close enough. There we go. No! I keep thinking it's a spade. Oh no. All right, that's not bad. I was going for a flush. Damn it. I've got to get 150 with one hand. Oh, I'm so fried. You run. This feels like such a natural way to play Balatro. It's like, yeah, obviously I'm here. The dealer's over there. This is so cool. All right. Boot those. You watched the new Spider-Man movie today because yesterday was your birthday. Yo! Happy birthday! Let's go! Hell yeah. Dun, dun, dun. You have a good birthday? What'd you do? Birthday on a Saturday is fire. That's a vibe. And the cursor naturally kind of like goes to, it's not perfect, but it kind of goes around where you're looking. 9 bones. Yeah, this is a vibe. I could just play this all day. That's pretty sick. Balatro dual screen? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Add that to the list. Run it up. We've got more dual screen ports. We all need more dual screen ports. I think I'm curious what if that yeah, that's my normal RGB lighting. So it just kind of like overrides it. That's so interesting. Overrides it, makes it match colors. Pretty sick. Close that down. Head back over. Talk about some vibes. Take a look at what else is going on. What else is going on? Megangard. Y'all hear about this? This is it's not exactly new news, but this is one of those dual screen, like talking about dual screen apps and ports and stuff like that. Megangard is basically a screen mirroring thing, I believe. Yeah, multi-cutout mirror for your primary screen. So you can like cut out certain parts of the top screen and show them on the bottom screen. So I'm talking about like a map, some of it like your ammunition, something like that, health bar. You can put all of those on your lower screen of your AYN Thor. So yeah, shout out to Rotaka, absolute like goated YouTuber. Made a little video on it. I haven't seen Raijay's Outpost, but that looks pretty cool. Especially, yeah, for like Diablo 3 over there, having all your stuff. Really cool. Maybe that's, I think that's Diablo 3. Maybe that's Immortal. I haven't actually tried it out personally because there's just been so many dual screen ports that I'm like, I got my hands full playing those. But this seems pretty great if you don't want to wait for a dual screen port of something, if you just want to enhance your regular single screen games. The downside is that you probably have to take a little bit of time to kind of set up each one of these. But maybe there's a way that you can import other people's ones, configurations. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually a thing or if I'm just pipe dreaming. But look at that thing. So it looks like you can overlap things too. You can overlap buttons. Like you can see that this is the regular map. They put that on the bottom screen. Then they overlaid different like utility buttons and stuff like that. That's pretty sick. I'm curious. I'm not seeing anything for import or export. Share. Nothing about import, exporting, or sharing. I was hoping to see something about like sharing configs, something like that. That'd be a great update. Maybe it's in there and just phrased differently. But if one person could make something like this and then just like share it, that would save a lot of people's time. So maybe try it out, Storm Panda. Megangard. I gotta try this out. There's been so many apps specifically for the AYN Thor lately. A lot of utilities, a lot of like dual screen ports. Pretty sweet. Pretty rad. Shout out Megangard. If you got a Thor, it's probably worth checking it out. Can't hurt. And then another thing that I haven't tried out, but I'm interested in it, is Zendroid. This is an Xbox 360 emulator for Android. The latest version just released. I heard that it's decent. It kind of feels like the Wii U emulator CMU when it was like super early on. Where some games work, like a small handful of games worked, and it's got big potential. But yeah, it looks like the requirements are Snapdragon Gen 2 or higher, so that's probably something along the lines of a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, like what's in the AYN Thor or the Retroid Pocket 6. Adreno GPU 740 or higher. I'm not sure if they're supporting the Snapdragon 8 Elite like the Odin 3, because that thing has so much horsepower behind it. But they're running Vulkan drivers, so that should allow for smoother performance, especially on those Snapdragon chips. Not a whole lot of documentation here, at least on the README. All right, that's about buildings, Android. Yeah, it's really minimal. Not like a install or like tips or anything like that. Maybe there's a Discord, but I feel like Discords for these kinds of things can get messy real quick. Yo, Sam, you've been using Zendroid on your Odin 3? Hell yeah. Okay, sick. So it works on the Odin 3. Fork, yeah. You can rip this on the Odin 3. What are some games that have successfully worked for you? You mind point me in the right direction? I need to go back to the Xbox 360 library and just take a look at like what games never made it to Windows and what games were like just console locked, so that those are the games that I'd probably want to start with. And I don't know if you've tried RPCSX, but if you tried like a PS3 emulator, then like how does Zendroid's progress compared to PS3 emulation progress? It's probably not nearly as far. Forza Horizon is awesome. Been meaning to try Left 4 Dead. Heck yeah. Yo, Christian, what's up, homie? How you doing? We're just vibing right now. We took a look at the RG SP earlier. It's a little nifty little thing. It's pretty nice. It's a dead ringer to a Game Boy Advance SP, as pretty much as close as you're gonna get, but with a couple extra buttons. That's about it. I'd say if you're looking for versatility, the 34XX SP probably has you covered. But if you want something that is like straight up just a Game Boy Advance SP, but can also do emulation, then this is the move. This thing is like as close as you're gonna get. Pretty rad stuff. And now we're checking out some like dual screen ports, some emulation, just talking about the latest happenings. Because this is the highlight for me. The Obtainium Recomp Decomp pack. This just has so many of these recompilations and decompilation ports all in one place. We've got everything from Banjo-Kazooie to GoldenEye 007, Mario Kart 64, Perfect Dark, Pokemon Gen 1, Sonic Unleashed, Super Smash Bros., some dual screen Link to the Past, dual screen Dusklight, Twilight Princess. Like, damn, we're eating so good. This is like so sick. But yeah, I gotta try Zendroid. I gotta give that a whirl. See what's good with it. Zendroid has been way better than RPCSX. No way. Basically no tinkering with Zendroid so far. Ooh, that does make sense because the development on the PlayStation 3, developers hated working on that hardware because the way that Sony designed their whole ecosystem and engines and all that stuff, like whatever developer jargon that is, apparently it was awful to develop for. Meanwhile, the Xbox and Xbox 360, they're much closer to like, you know, a PC or like normal development compared to like, what was it? Sony's like Dream, something, I don't know. It sounded like a nightmare to work in. But you know, I'll be damned if those games don't look really good. The PS3 games looked great. Any size difference with the RG3 4XX SP? I don't have it to directly compare, but I would say that it's like slightly thinner. From my memory of it, it's like 5% thinner at most. And then outside of that, it's pretty much the exact same, but without the analog sticks. And I think that's how they got a little bit thinner, is because they don't need the wells for the analog sticks. So they could just kind of shrink it down. Size difference compared to the Miu Flip. Where'd I put my Miu Flip? Basically the exact same, but slightly thinner. I don't know if you can kind of see that. Let me full screen it for you. SP. Flip. And then here's them side by side. You can see how the SP on top is just slightly thinner, just by a couple percent. Everything else is basically the exact same, including the little HDMI port up top. Very similar. Miu Flip has 2 USB slots. This one has just a centered 3.5mm headphone jack. It's a nice device. It feels, I think that the thing that really does it is the fake brushed metal texture on the plastic. That is just so spot on to the Game Boy Advance SP. That really makes it feel like a GBA SP. The Miu Flip does not feel like one. It has a rigid back. Anbernic has the smooth back. So you can see that, like, while they're the same size, the Miu Flip does not feel like a GBA SP. This does everything in its power, everything in its toolkit to feel like a Game Boy Advance SP. And it succeeds. So I like it. I think it's solid. I wouldn't say it's like, you know, blows my socks off, but it's a GB ASP, given that. Something else that kind of popped up. It's the more I think about it, the more I'm like, okay, it's not that crazy, but like Infinity Blade was just released on Android. Somebody has been working on porting it for months. Super passionate about the franchise and took on the challenge of porting an iOS game. Some would say the crisis of iOS. Can it run Infinity Blade? This was like 15 years ago. Can it run Infinity Blade? Now your Android device can. So if you're just itching to get back into Infinity Blade, this was like, I think this was what was Infinity Blade? Was that Bethesda or something? Infinity Blade iOS. It was all right, Share Entertainment and Epic Games. Yeah, so it was like running on like whatever was the Epic Games engine at the time, and it looked crazy. This came out in 2010, almost 16 years ago, and it looked really cool. But in hindsight, it was all touch controls. Some of the graphics, it's like super PSP. Looked so sick. You would just like slash and stuff. I think it was first person too, yeah. Maybe it would like switch into like QuickTime stuff, God of War style. This was like the God of War era. Yeah, it was like almost like a PS3 game in your pocket, or at least that's how they were kind of pitching it. But yeah, this person just brought it on over to Android, and yeah, they got like a Discord and stuff like that. I'm gonna say, I am not recommending that that you go grab copywritten content, but it exists. You know what also exists? A Pokemon mod for Stardew Valley. If those are two games that you are fired up on, then check out this mod called Pelipper Town. Because you can roll around Stardew Valley with your Pokemon. As you can see, we've got the whole gang. Got Gengar. Everybody's got Pokemon. I don't know what that one is over there. But yeah, look at this thing. It's almost like the sprites from what's that, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? It almost feels like a Mystery Dungeon Stardew Valley collab. It looks so sick. So it's like fully integrated. Everybody has a Pokemon. Everybody's chilling with the Pokemon. Different generations. We got Torchic. Got the whatever that Gulpy Mans is. And you can trade? Hold up. Oh yeah, that's sick. That's so sick. You can trade Pokemon. I think they can help you do stuff too. Let's take a look at the description here. It brings Pokemon into the everyday life. Enhance. Take part in battles, new quests involving villagers and their Pokemons. There's some legendaries as well. You could breed them. You could eat them. No, you can't. But separate parties for multiplayer. So it supports multiplayer too. Pro tip: if you're looking to play Stardew with mods, check out Cinderbox on Android and the Cinderbox Companion. If you got a little Android handheld and you want to play modded Stardew Valley, you don't need to play the Android Google Play Store. You can actually play Cinderbox on Android's desktop, Stardew Valley on Android. It makes it so easy. The Cinderbox companion. This basically helps you like keep everything sync saved with the Steam Cloud, downloads game files, and it's a mod manager as well. So if anyone's like a big Stardew Valley head, highly recommend Cinderbox companion, and then this is on my radar. Eyeballing Pelipper Town. But you know what else I'm eyeballing? Sonic Unleashed on the AYN Thor. I'm gonna try and get that get those game files transferred over. You can see if we can get that up and running. I've also got 007 on the docket. There's a native Android port of both of them, of Sonic Unleashed and 007. I'm gonna see if we can get one of them up and running at the very least. Goal is 2, but I'll settle for 1. And I saw both of them because of this. Where's Sonic Unleashed? So the GoldenEye decomp here. This is actually based on the Xbox Live Arcade one. But yeah, it's a native port. Oh, I didn't even know you could play online. That's so sick. You could play 007 in like widescreen 60 FPS online. Nah, that's crazy. We're trying to get that up and running, but Unleashed recomp. This is the Sonic Unleashed one. Let me go ahead and get some files transferred over. See if we can get it working. How's everyone doing though? How y'all doing? Yo, Golden Fro. What up, homie? How you doing, dog? How you been? We're just chilling. We're checking out we checked out the RGSP earlier. Now we're checking out some native ports. Cuz there's a whole lot of Android ports. Look at this thing. Hold on, let me see if I can Here's the full thing. This is all the ports in this Obtainium emulation Obtainium recomp decomp pack. So many ports. What up, Raptor? How you been, homie? Great to see ya. Got some OGs in the chat. Let's see if I can get these Sonic Unleashed files scooted on over. Sonic Unleashed PC port. Do I need to extract something? Let me try and getting it. Let me try doing it on Android again. Let's take a gander. So it says the installation is damaged or incomplete, missing required files. Okay. Storage. Sonic. Files unleashed. Recomp. All right. Let me try just moving my move my files over. We're on a mission. Wait, did I already do it? Sonic. Okay, yeah, so to go in there. Let me pass my, let me run it back. Oh, brother. That ain't gonna cut it. We'll let that cook. We'll let that cook for a few minutes. Anyways. What else has been going on lately? Let's check on the latest happenings. Oh, you know what? Hold on, let me grab a little something. Let me grab a little screenshot. We have something to talk about because we talked about it on the last stream, and there's been updates since then. Let me grab a screenshot from Discord. Y'all been any of y'all in the MagicX Discord where every day is a new development? Okay, when is this? Yeah, this was 2 days ago. Grab a screenshot. All right. So, the MagicX Mini Dream. The miniature dream. This is a the ultimate mini handheld. They've been working on they've reworked every detail of the mini dream. What they truly believe is a graduation piece of the mini handheld form factor. They're talking this thing up. And so basically, we talked about this in the last stream, how they announced this mini dream and they announced like a couple different versions of it, where they now have 4 different versions. It's a small pocket-sized handheld. It's actually very similar to their Mini 028. This is a MagicX handheld that has the same processor as a TrimUI brick, but it runs Android instead. It's got 2 really solid analog sticks. It's a really good device overall, but it doesn't have a touchscreen. So it has Android, but it doesn't have a touchscreen, and that can be kind of weird sometimes. So this is kind of their like super sequel to it, called the MagicX Mini Dream. And they're doing it in 4 versions that are either Linux, Android, passively cooled, or actively cooled. Now stay with me here. We've got the Mini Dream LL, which is Linux, passive cooling, Rock chip RK3326. That's the same processor as the Miyu Flip. So we're going to get the same exact performance as the Miyu Flip. Probably similar specs across the board. Similar RAM, similar all that. TBD though. We'll find out. But it's going to be running Linux. And then the LP is going to be Linux. The L standing for Linux. Meanwhile, the A's down there, those stand for Android. We've got the LP, the Lite Pro, or Linux Pro. And we don't know what processor is going to be in there, though. So we've got the Linux Lite, Rock chip 3566, Linux Pro, whatever processor. And then the Android Lite and the Android Pro, which both have active cooling and touchscreen supported, which is a huge huge dub over the Mini 028. We don't know what processor is going to be in any of those lower ones except for the Rock chip 3566 and the top one. SoC and pricing, they'll be announced at some point later. But the biggest thing that we've learned since then is that as of now, they've redesigned the handheld just a little bit. They've shrunken the bezel and probably shrunken the handheld too. And this is what we're looking at now. We're looking at a kangaroo orange. We're looking at a bright, vibrant, sunburst orange. That is, if you look closely, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like this thing, but they took out that middle button there. They moved it above the D-pad. They just took that and they just pushed it over here to above the D-pad. But it's got the same shoulder button layout, same analog sticks and all that jazz. It's a very similar handheld. But the kind of the magnum opus of this device is the 3.3 inch 4:3 aspect ratio OLED screen that they're custom making. Who knows if it's going to be any good? Who knows if it's going to be like, if it's going to actually make it into the handheld, or if it's going to, not make it to fruition. We don't know yet. These are all just like MagicX yapping. But it's very promising to have a handheld that's this size with a little OLED screen, little OLED. You play analog stick stuff, and the lowest tier model has a Rock chip 3566, which is not bad. It's in the Miyu Flip. It has pretty solid performance. Here's the black version. I think the black's pretty clean with the little RGB lights around the analog sticks. Pretty sick. Pretty cool. Still that home back button being above the D-pad is a little bit weird. They kind of just like shoved it on over there. They kind of just pushed it up and over there. But here's some dimensions. And you know what that allows us to do? You know what science allows us to do? And that is compare it. So we've got 137 millimeters wide, 63 millimeters tall. Let's run the numbers. Let's clock it. I don't have a millimeter ruler, but let me see, I might actually have one. Let me check my drawer. Nope. I think I unplugged something. What'd I do? There we go. We're back. I got jostled something. All right. Let's go. We're doing it live. I don't know why I have E-tape over that part, but sure. Let's measure it out. 100 and something. We're maxing it out. 108 to there. And then 20. 21. I don't know why it's flickering. Oh, I know why I have the electric tape. Because the battery slot just keeps flying off. So it's about 130. 130 is about 7 millimeters less shorter than the Mini Dream is allegedly going to be. So the Mini Dream is allegedly going to be a little bit wider. It'll probably be somewhere around here. Like slightly wider. In terms of height, 63 millimeters. Let's clock it. 56.6. That'd be about 10 more. Or 56.6. That's about 7 more. Wait a minute. I didn't zero it out. $110 plus 20. It's gonna be the exact same. No, never mind. It's gonna be like 6 millimeters shorter. I don't know. It's gonna be marginally shorter. A couple millimeters. And then 64. Basically the exact same height. So it's gonna be a little bit wider. Exact same height. Basically a very similar profile to this Mini 028, but with an OLED screen, stronger chipset, active cooling, and maybe none of those things will happen because this is all concept art. This is all concept art that they're making right now. This is all just them yapping. Just like it's me yapping. JQZ, MagicX is the little cousin. NL makers. You wish they made N64 one they showed renders of. Yes, exactly. That's the thing with MagicX. If they just like they be yapping, they be talking about all the ideas, but you know, when it gets down to brass tacks, it's like how much of them are they actually making? They haven't made the 2DS one that they mentioned. They didn't make the N64 one. They're kind of just all over the map. So who knows? Who knows what's gonna actually make it to production, if anything. But this is a very promising idea, especially the fact that they're making a custom-made OLED specifically to start with this device. And I was talking with some other YouTubers and people on Discord over in the Handhelds United Discord. We were just yapping, and I realized that this 3.3-inch OLED display in 4:3 aspect ratio is virtually perfect for a Nintendo DS Lite clone. So imagine this. Little DS Lite, but with 2 OLED screens, 2 little tiny OLED screens, a nice processor underneath, maybe the same one from the MagicX 135, that like G90, G85, something like that. Something good. It's running Android, and it's an actually pocket-sized Nintendo DS Lite clone. It'd be so sick. I don't know if MagicX is working on it, but like little MagicX DS. I would. It's very. The planets are aligning. That maybe they're working on something like this because a 3.3-inch OLED screen is very similar to this. 3.1-inch, 3.12-inch, and let me grab the specs of the screen that they were talking about. This is the specs of the screen that they're making. 3.3-inch OLED, 1024 by 768. It's a very weird resolution, right? 1024 by 768. 1024 by 768. 1024. By 768. Is MagicX making a Nintendo DS Lite clone?
Is MagicX making a Nintendo DS Lite clone? It seems like it. Seems promising. Seems like the planets are aligning. And I'm thinking MagicX is probably making a lot of handhelds because it's a custom-made OLED screen that's at the exact same dimensions, the exact same resolution as a Nintendo DS Lite.
Anyways, so that's pretty hype. That's pretty freaking hype. Dual 3.3-inch OLED screen could happen. That's where I'm putting my chips. Just selfishly, because I really want a DS Lite clone. Nobody else has made a DS Lite clone. They keep making the DS way too goddamn big. And how am I supposed to fit this in my pocket? How am I supposed to fit this in my pocket and not be weird? Like, dog. Give us something small. Give us something like... I'm gonna grab a DS Lite. Well, something like this. Maybe like a little DSi? Like, what's good with the DSi? Nintendo DSi? Same screen resolution. 4 times upscale. 3.25 inches. So you just look at the Nintendo DSi. And what if you just kind of enhanced? Just kind of trimmed out the bezel. Just kind of trimmed out that bezel. You removed the camera. You don't need it. I don't know. Who's to say? Who's to say what they're cooking up over there? But let's see what we can cook up over on the overhead. Let's see what we got. My cat's freaking out. She wants to play. But we got some games to play. So you might see her jumping around and scratching me up. Yep. Lock in. Let's see if we can make this work. Oh yeah, so we got to go to File Explorer here. Unleashed, Recomp. Sonic Unleashed. How we all doing? Let me check out the chat here. Pre-ordered the GKD 350 H Ultra. Really hoping MagicX comes out with this. Loving it. Mini, your 28-0 so underrated. Yes, it's so underrated. It's such a really dope handheld. Like with the sticks, a little lightweight Android build, so you can run like lightweight Android ports and stuff like that. It's pretty badass. It's a great little handheld. Super comfortable too. All right, let's see if this works. No promises. Nope. Was that not what I needed to do? Hold up. Open game folder. Huh? I do not understand how this works. Installation is incomplete or damaged. Needs game and update. Does anyone know how to install this thing? You know what? I'm over it. Yeah, the other port that I was gonna check out was this 007 recomp, but I don't. Let me check if I have the port files for it. I don't think I transferred the files in time for stream. Yeah, I didn't transfer them in time for the stream. Damn. Let me see if I got them on my PC. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna send this over. Local send, huge, one of the most useful apps for any handheld owner with an Android device. Local send. So clutch. All right, let's see if this works. Checking out chat. MagicX DS with dual 3.3-inch OLED. That's what I'm saying. Like, if they're not doing it, then please do it. But I mean, like, looking at those specs, it's a perfect 4x integer scale. It's 4x3 screens. They're gonna look so crispy. It's like literally perfect for that. And they're messing around with touchscreen on the OLEDs right now. They're kind of using, it seems like they're using this MagicX Mini Dream as sort of a testing ground for trying out different things, especially when it comes to this screen. Like seeing what chipset people prefer, if they can, do the touchscreen well and all that stuff. And yeah, just kind of like trying out different things with a pretty low risk handheld like that. Now let's see if we can do this. This is the 007 GoldenEye. Okay. Data Sanjay GoldenEye files. All right, let's see if this works. Just gonna try copying in. Yep, it's not looking great. Not looking great. Persona management. Yo, thank you. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for coming by, dog. Always appreciate your company. Hell yeah, that means a lot to me. Thank you. Man, I wish I could get Sonic or 007 up and running. That'll probably be the next stream thing. But either way, I mean, we got the Banjo-Kazooie, we got the Morrowind dual screen, and then we'll just take a quick peek at the Zelda ones. I actually want to see if there's any updates on those. So this is what Obtainium looks like, by the way. This is an app that's essentially just is very useful for keeping all of those random emulators and different apps that are not on the Play Store up to date. You use Obtainium and you just kind of like import them. You just add them based on their URL, and then it'll automatically keep track of when there's updates and stuff like that. Let's enhance. So that decomps and recomps pack that we were checking out earlier, this is where all of them kind of live. Got the dual screen ones down here. Dusklight DS. Let's take a quick gander. Come on. Let's see what's going on. See what this DS port life is all about. Whoa. It updated the app. Okay, so it's based on the same signature. Let's see if it works. Okay. Let's grab... Oh, let me send my ROM over. We're local sending heavy tonight. Yeah, Persona. It's such a cheat code. This is a quality of life app for like any Android device. It's not like the most glamorous app. It's not like a cool like dual screen thing. This is just like an amazing utility that I put on every handheld that every Android handheld that I have. Stay hydrated, everyone, by the way. This is your hydration reminder. Drink water and tasty beverages. All right, let's run it up. See if we can get this dual screen action. Gulp. All right, we're in the mix. I don't know what that was all about. Oh, I don't have my save on here. I should transfer that over. And turn up the brightness. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. What's good down there? Yeah, that's sick. Oh, this is so sick. Got our dynamic map. They're both running at 60 FPS. Super smooth. Oh, man, and it's got the haptic, the vibration as well. I'm a sucker for vibration. I know a lot of people don't like it. I know a lot of people don't like vibration on their controllers. Me, I want that shit vibing. I want that shit positively vibrating. Pause. Let's run it. Oh, I sense a cat. My cat senses are tingling. Yo. Can you... kidding me right now? Hey, yo. I think she's trapped. I think she... What's your game plan? You go. Yep. Okay, there we go. There we go. She did it. She did it, everyone. Bruh. Back to the task at hand. Yeah, Raptor. Oh, yeah, you got hand arthritis. Yeah, that is not a fun combination. That's not what you want. You know, your goal is to minimize that. Oh, what are you doing? What are you copying? Are you running the printer? Pichu's out here running the printer. Y'all can't see it, but she is scared lifeless from the printer. She started copying something. Look at this thing. I'm gonna reduce the sensitivity a little bit. Oop. What are you doing? Hey, hey, bud. She's still face to face with the printer right now, squaring up. All right, let's turn down. Let's go free cam. Let's turn this down to like 60. I like real low sensitivity. No, that's too low. Way too low. Absolutely not. Let's go 85. That's not bad. Hello, baby. Everyone, if you don't know, this is Pichu. She is 5 years old with the logic of a 5-day-old cat. The logic and reasoning of a tadpole. But god damn it, she is so cute. Let's go do some tasks. Oh, I gotta do the freaking horse thing before I do anything. Brutal. Skip. You know, I'm thinking about like what ports I should put on the RGSP. I don't know if y'all knew, but Twilight Princess has a port that works on the Anbernic RG SP. I don't think it has the controls for it, but I think that technically speaking, it is possible. It's just very, it's probably just excruciating to try and play through. Because you don't have your right analog stick, and your left analog stick is just a D-pad. I need to learn how to speedrun this part of the game. Not a bad strat. Hello, cat. Oh. She's getting near the power button of my computer. What was that? Wait a minute. Yo. No shot. The invisible wall is crazy. I thought that flashing red meant that it was good. That I was close. I gotta say the hour to hour and a half long intro sequence of Twilight Princess is pretty rough. It almost usurps Pokemon Sun and Moon for me. That tutorial island is slow. All right, let's grab 2 more. Big dog. Nah, I can't 2-time it. This dual screen thing is it's pretty decent right now. I think that it'll probably become way more useful when you actually get some items and you can swap between stuff and all that jazz. And that's one good thing about native dual screen ports like this. Whereas if you're using something like you know, Megan Guard or like one of those dual screen apps that mirror the top screen, then there'd be a little harder to tap down here. Like you can't really like tap down there, all that stuff. Cats just be smacking things. You're right, Golden Fro. Yes, yeah, I really do need to get like a nuclear launch button cover. I tried taping a coin over my power button once, and then it was extremely annoying to like turn my computer on because I'd have to untape the coin, and then yeah, you know that. I gotta just lock in, nuclear code it with like complete with the multi-stage keys mechanism as well. I need 3 other trusted individuals to also have key necklaces, and then we all need to come together to turn on my computer in the event that I need to turn it on. Skip. All right. Now the kind of the game begins. At least the chores begin, because the entire first section of this game is chores. You just go around town helping people out. It's great. This is what people love. The game has a fun art style, but man, like some of the beginning part just drags. I have a save on where's my save at? I think it's It's either my Retroid Pocket 6 or my Odin 3. I was playing this for a minute. I think it was my RP6. Oh. Man, free cam is a game changer, though. All right, let's run it. Skip this. Oh, yeah, it's got gyro as well. Oh. Let's drop this off, save, and skedaddle. We'll take one last look at the RGSP, gather our final thoughts, and then we'll close it out for the stream. After this very slow and intentional walk. Oh, no. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no. Gulp. That's not a Thor he's using? It is a Thor. This is the AYN Thor. We're checking out some dual screen ports right now. And then we're going to go back to the Anbernic RG SP, which, as you probably guess, is like a Game Boy Advance SP. Yeah, this is an AYN Thor. It is a lovely device that is so versatile. You could play dual screen ports of Twilight Princess and dual screen ports of Balatro. We've been checking out so many dual screen ports this stream. I honestly, I didn't plan on it. But like, it's so sick. Again, like, being able to first person Pokemon. I need to get the dual screen mod set up on this thing. Look at this thing. Lock in. First person Pokemon. The battles are a little chopped, though. Not gonna lie. I gotta figure out what's going on with this camera angle. This camera... Because I got this, like, Pokemon Stadium mod going. As you can see, like, that's what I want. But I don't know why it just keeps zooming in. It's gotta be, like, a... Gotta be some sort of setting here. Right? What if I do battle style set? Battle size fixed, UI dynamic, then and then I just do like a little refresh. It's slightly better. Still a little wonky. Yeah, like, come on, give me that. Oh, what? I didn't even see it. I have attention deficit brain when I'm streaming. Let me see it. Will you be testing Gamma Emerald? Oh, Gamma Emerald. Sure. Yeah, that sounds sick. I tested out like off stream. I tested out what was it Gamma Emerald? No, it was it was like Pokemon Nuclear or something like that. But I've been seeing Gamer Emerald, like I've been following that for a minute. That's that like really crazy art style like fan game, right? I don't know if that's the one that I'm thinking of, but like it's like 2.5D and it looks super sick. I don't know. That might be Gamer Emerald, but either way, I love me some Pokemon, so I'll probably be checking it out. Chances are high. Chances are even higher that we're gonna check out the. Oh, I didn't have any of the game audio going for y'all, did I? I just realized I didn't unmute. My fault. My fault. I had that on mute. It was playing for me, but it wasn't playing for anybody else. Might be. Let's tap in. I'll make sure to play the audio this time. All right. Let's take a look at some other stuff here. What have we got? We got Homebrew. I don't know what's going on in there. That looks a little messy. Let's play a little Super Nintendo. See how this squares up. I don't think they have like Mario games on here. I think that they kind of avoid that stuff. Yep, skipping right over the M's. But I'm pretty sure that they have like Kirby. Kirby's Dream Course. The game audio should be playing. I think I unmuted it. I don't mind this bezel because it matches up with the white. Ooh. All right, let's do this. We're locking in. That's decent. But it could be better. You're a little mad. Much better. Oh, dude. If I miss your comment, if I miss anybody's comment, never personal. Never intentional. How the hell do... Okay. Right, it's like pool. Chip shot? Oh, let's go. Could go the road less traveled. Oh! Close one. How's the game audio? Is it actually playing this time? Is it good volume? I gotta start asking more about that because man, I don't know how long we were game muted for. Yeah, there we go. I'll just pull out my driver here. Sail it. Oh, that's not good. That was awful. All right. And chip shot. No, no, no. All right. Chip. Oh no. This is bad. This is bad, y'all. Okay. I'm just gonna sail it. Yep. And then one final ricochet to bring it home. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, let's go. All right, Easy Boats, thank you. Looks a lot like the Miu Flip V2 you got. You passed on this one because you had that, but you broke the hinge. Do you think the hinge is better on the XX SP? Yes. The hinge is better on every Anbernic SP device by like miles compared to the Miu. The Miu hinge is pretty awful in my opinion. The Anbernic one feels like very high quality, and it feels much more like the original Game Boy Advance SP hinge. It's like so much better. Katekyo, did you see they came out with pink KPA? So you think more colors on the way? Ooh, what's KPA stand for? Yo, more colors. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I would hope so. I would hope that they would bring some more sick colors. Like the red, the original GBA red. Hey, yo. I'm on fire right now. That original GBA red was like, it's so nostalgic to me. I would love that. That'd be a vibe. Let me see if I can lock the fuck in for once in my life. Come on. I'm still like, I just can't stop thinking about putting tribal tattoos here, here, and up here. Just bring it on back. Bring it on back home. Tribal tattoos. Just like Mario. Clean. I got a par. All right, once we get to this level. Is this what golf is like? Man, I love golf. All right, let's get out of here. Saw a little bit of Super Nintendo. Maybe let's check out a little bit of PlayStation 1. We haven't tried that yet. Did they have any Pico games on here? Yo, I'm a demon on Pico Celeste. Actually, I'm not that great. I like to think I'm like really good at it though. Oh, it's different. Okay. Oh. Okay. Just wanted to reset the progress. Just kind of got the controls mixed up a little bit. No big deal. Tribal tats on the SP. Yeah, only cool. Exactly. Only the coolest people were allowed to have it. And that's why I really want it. Oh, you know what? Off rip. Get that straub. I'll shorten it because that's what Pro Celeste players do. Yep. Light work. So Pico 8 is a 1:1 aspect ratio. It's a complete square aspect ratio fantasy console, so it doesn't actually exist. It's kind of just like a modern game engine that's designed for retro sensibilities. So you get like that's designed to feel like retro games. So you get modern sensibilities, but you get retro game style. So it's like the best of both worlds. You get games that aren't excruciatingly hard for no reason in order to make you rent for more weekends from Blockbuster, but you also get the same art style as those games. So like, you get a little bit of both. I'd say for precision, this D-pad and face buttons, they feel very well suited for precision platformer games like Celeste. Because they're dome switch style, so they are they're very tactile and responsive. Oh, I gotta jump off the wall. Ow. Wait a minute. There we go. I think that's a strawberry in disguise. So that's Pico 8. Super fun. Super fun vibes. Overheated. The camera overheated. You know the drill. You know the drill. We're back to yapping. We're back to yapping. We'll yap for another couple minutes, and then we'll probably close up stream. But you know what? How about we yap about something that we all came here to see? And that is a little bit of vibe music and a little bit of cheer boy. So, anyways, this is the RG SP. Anbernic finally dropping all the numbers and letters and just keeping it old school. Just retro game SP. And, yeah, just like that. This is the hinge, by the way. Who is, Ed Buds. The hinge is very, very solid and snappy on this thing. Bah. Like, you can put it all the way back, but, like, this is kind of its spot. It doesn't have, like, the 3-stage hinge like the Miu Flip. Yes, this is the retail model. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with tribal tattoos. Like, you know, my biggest inspiration, Mario tribal tats. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Wait a minute. Is this YouTube safe? I know this is YouTube safe, but what about this? Hey, yo. Nah, that's crazy. I was gonna get this stream flagged. Mario, too freaky. That's freaky Mario. Yeah, if Mario isn't cool enough, if it's cool enough for Mario, it's cool enough for the gang. Yeah, Mario kind of rocking it, like, right? That's rocking that, and he's rocking the other one too. But that's what I'm saying. Peach is gonna love it. But look at that thing. Just imagine an Anbernic SP tribal tat. Boom. Boom. There's not much room up here, so like gonna have to get a little creative with that. But look at it. So look at the this is literally like a dead ringer to a SP, because that center button up there is the brightness button on the SP, on the original Game Boy Advance SP. So there's just enough room for a little stamp right there. Uno, dos, tres. Then the grand finale on top. Peach is peach. All right, Loki Day. Mario Loki Day. Do you recognize it? Know what I'm saying? Hold on. Enhance. Anyways, I can't keep looking at that. So, what do I think of the Anbernic RG SP? I think this is a pretty solid entry in the Anbernic XX lineup. This is basically an Anbernic XX device, like the XX, not a triple X device like the Mario picture. It's not triple X. This is a double X. This is the so it's basically an XX SP. I would say this is a solid entry in that line of handhelds. It's basically like a more focused, a more refined version of the 3-4XX SP that had the 2 analog sticks on it. You just remove the analog sticks, you make it even more like a Game Boy Advance SP, even smaller too. Look at how small it is, by the way. So this is just like, it's just very pocket-sized, very much just a pretty much like a one-to-one replacement for a Game Boy Advance SP. Meanwhile, the 3-4XX SP felt like it was doing a lot, which is great for some people if you like playing ports, if you like playing analog stick-based games. But if you're looking for something that's just like an original SP, then I would say that this is pretty much the way to go. I would even say I would probably pick one of these over an original Game Boy Advance SP if I were to choose between the two. Whereas if I was comparing an original Game Boy Advance SP to like a 3-4XX SP, it'd be harder to choose. But this feels like a retro handheld version of a GBA. It's not perfect. It's far from it. There's not too many explicit flaws, but there's a lot of shortcomings because we don't have a 4:3 aspect ratio screen. That's like a pretty flexible aspect ratio. The wider screen puts you into a bit of a corner with playing Game Boy Advance games perfectly. PSP games pretty damn well. Everything else is like hit and miss. You're gonna have some pretty crazy bezels, depending on what systems you're playing. But for just Game Boy Advance gaming and like a whole lot of Game Boy Advance gaming and some light PSP and some other light stuff, like if those are all secondary systems, but the Game Boy Advance is like that's your jam. If you're just trying to rip through Game Boy Advance ROM hacks, GBA backlog, there's some bangers on there. And this would honestly be a fire way of doing it. It also has built-in Wi-Fi, so you can probably hook it up with, put a custom firmware on here, hook it up with retro achievements. You're earning those Chivos all on device for like, what, 65 bucks before shipping. So I think net out of, maybe you can catch it on sale. 70 to 80 bucks. It's pretty decent. Pretty decent. In this economy, I'd say that's kind of what you expect. There are better values though. Magni Air X, banger. Wholly different style device. Yeah, two micro SD card slots. One is for the internal. I don't know if you can see that. One is for the internal stuff, so it's like a 16 gigabyte card that just comes with every one of these. And then this is the external card. X. That's where you put all your ROMs. So it's all of these XX devices from Anbernic have 2 SD cards. So the first one, you can actually put like a different custom firmware on it. You can actually just have like 3 different micro SD cards with different firmwares, depending on your flavor of the day. But yeah, that's That's the RGSP. You guys want to do a mouth test? How's the mouth feel of this thing? Let's find out. I'd say like a 5 at best. Anyways, thanks for sticking around, everybody. I'm your boy Monto Tech. You know what to do. Like the stream, subscribe, turn on notifications if you want to be notified when we're doing future streams, because I don't really have a stream schedule. Just gonna stream when I can, and when I got stuff to stream about, like this. We will be checking out more handhelds in the future too, live on stream. So whenever I get a new handheld, chances are we're gonna check it out live together on stream. And yeah, you know the deal. You can ask all about it. I'm playing some games, testing out some stuff, putting it in my mouth maybe. I don't know. But anyways, thank you all for hanging out, dude. Thanks for liking and subbing, Ed. Appreciate you, dog. Yeah, I'll catch y'all in the next one. I'm your boy Monto Tech, and I'll see you later. Later.